for fun.
J, judicious.
J, judicious.
P, powerful.
P, powerful. O, okay. O, okay.
I, interesting.
I, interesting.
R, rich.
R, rich.
S, something.
S, something.
S superb.
S, superb.
R, rewarding.
R, rewarding.
F, fire.
F, fire.
I, inspiring.
Sorry. I, inspiring.
K, keen. K, keen.
K, keen.
I informational.
I, informational.
D, daring.
D, daring. Okay.
D, dazzling.
D, dazzling.
C, calm.
C, calm.
S, simple.
S, simple.
I'm sharp.
Sharp. A, awesome. A, awesome.
A, amazing.
A, amazing.
O, okay.
O, okay.
E, enlightened.
E, enlightened.
F, fun.
F, fun.
D, dazzling.
D, dazzling.
F, fascinating.
F, fascinating. Yes, I can say. F, fun. F, fun. Fantastic. Okay.
I, ingenious.
I, ingenious. So the quick quiz, we're all laughing. What's the most common alphabets? Three? The top three common the top three common alphabets. E, A, and E, A, and K. Okay. So it was nice having this.
Great, awesome. How many of us have used Gemini, like interacted with Gemini? Not only that, how many have literally spoken to Gemini? Who has a Gemini app on your phones? Great. So I'm going to ask Gemini a very interesting question, and let's hear his response. All right. Hey, Gemini. I'm at Google I/O, and you're live on stage. Introduce yourself to the audience. Okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gemini, a large language model from Google AI. I'm thrilled to be here at Google I/O. I can't wait to interact with you all and answer your questions about AI. Let's explore the potential of AI together.
Absolutely. Can we give him a round of applause? Great. So right up next, we would have the keynote by our Google developers, Accra up lead, and none other than Etunam as well. But before then, is there? Let's ask questions. It could be random questions. Pretty much AI. I'm sorry, I'm biased, but and anyone else could answer the question. I'll take three. Anyone has a random question? Maybe you have something about artificial intelligence, coding, whatever it is, at the back. Anyone can answer. So if you know the answer to the question, you can answer.
Okay, so I do feel like Gemini is something that was rushed. That's my opinion. Because when you compare to other AIs, it feels not accurate in the response that it outputs. So that's my opinion.
Okay.
And to counter that,
I'll be honest. Okay.
So I actually understand where you're coming from, but with the Gemini AI, working with it, I've seen that you need to like frame your questions in the right way for you to actually get the right answer. Because if you just place anything there, it just gives you like a general or like a general answer that you will want, but that may not be exactly what you need. But I understand what you're saying. Actually, I understand what you're saying. But comparing it to
so your prompt should be accurate.
I think maybe
I was using it for a quiz, and instead of choosing alternatively A, B, C, D, Gemini was not choosing anything. It would just try to explain everything. I'm supposed to query it again and tell Gemini.
I was actually going to do a demo with OpenAI's ChatGPT, but then I'll be kicked out of here the very second I did that. So, all right. So I think now we're ready for our keynote. And Shadrach, welcome Shadrach, the Google Developer Group Accra's lead. Thank you, Shadrach. Okay. The way up is down, so it looks like the way forward is to the back. All right. As Shadrach comes, maybe we should just make a very quick demo with OpenAI's ChatGPT. Can we? Permission, please. Google developers, can I have permission to use ChatGPT? Awesome. Okay, I'm using ChatGPT 4, so let's see what happens. Hey, ChatGPT, I'm here at Google I/O Accra, and I want you to say hi to the audience.
Hey Jason, that's awesome you're at Google Iowa. How about this for a greeting? Hello everyone. It's fantastic to be here at Google Iowa. I'm Jason, a passionate AI researcher and software.
Okay, I think you're supposed to introduce yourself, not introduce me. So introduce yourself.
I got it. Here's a quick intro for me. Hi, an AI expert and research scientist with a zest for tech and innovation. I'm thrilled to be virtually here at Google Iowa with you all, alongside Jason. Let's dive into some exciting discussions and explore the fascinating world of AI together. How does that work?
That worked perfectly. Thank you. How was that? There's so many things we can do with artificial intelligence, and this is one powerful thing. So now we welcome Shadrach, the GDG Accra lead. Please let's give him a round of applause.
Hi. Hello. Can I get a pointer? All right. Okay, so since there's no pointer, I will just go straight away with my presentation. All right, so nice seeing you all here. Yeah, I see handsome faces and beautiful faces, familiar faces, not familiar spirits. So we thank God we have familiar faces here. It's a year already for Google I/O, and then nice seeing you all here. Who was here last year? So it's like we have just 2% of those who came last year in here, right? So almost everyone is new here, right? Wow, this is amazing. Good, we're good. We're good. All right. So I would like to have my stuff on the screen. All right. Awesome. It's not. All right. So what I'm going to do here today, or why you are seeing me here today, is I didn't want to do the keynote um, talk actually because I've always been doing the keynotes, right? So this time around, I decided to hand over to another person from the community to do the keynote, and during their phase, to a different phase, will do the keynote as well. So you don't see the same face always. It can come from the members within the community. That's what we do at GDG Accra. We don't just use our executives, but members from the community as well. Since they are developers from the community who can also do the work as well, we just make sure we include you also to speak at events as well. But then I have to come because I just want to do the Google I/O 24 recap. That's Sunder's talk, the CEO. So I'll just do a recap on that quickly. Then I will hand over to Etonam, who will do the developer recap also as well. All right, so my name is Shadrach Inusa, as I was introduced earlier on, and I'm the Google Developer Group's Accra lead. I think that's all about me. Right. All right, you can move for me, right? We're good. All right, so I think okay, it's working now. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. All right, so as I mentioned earlier on, I'm just coming to do the recap for Sunday's talk. Yep. So just a summary of the Google I/O. How many of you know what Google I/O is all about? I just want one person to just tell me what Google I/O is about for a swag. For a swag, just tell me what Google I/O is all about. Um, who watched the Google I/O event? Are you all? Almost everyone. Oh. So what is it about? Oh, okay. Yes, you. You can give him mic. Where are the moderators? All right. So okay, awesome. So let's hear from you. Good. Let's hear from you.
Okay, my name is Salom.
All right.
Google I/O. I believe every year Google introduces new technologies and advancements to their system, and I believe that is what generally Google I/O is about.
Oh, okay. So that's awesome. Can we just give it up to him? All right. So basically, he has just broken everything down into chunks, right? So Google I/O is just an event that Google hosts to introduce their new products and updates to the developer community or the developer ecosystem, right? All right. So what we are doing is to have an extension of what the main Google mother company had, right? So we are just having an extension. We are breaking things down for you to understand. So if you notice, our first speaker spoke something around the Google stuff. So that's what we are doing. We are just breaking everything down for you to your understanding, something for you to, to have the advantage to ask maybe the speaker that what's the meaning of this, because you are watching Google I/O on TV or on YouTube, and then you didn't you didn't get the chance to ask Sundar or the colleagues any question, right? But here lies the case: you can ask all those questions, things that you didn't understand during the I/O. You can ask all of them here. There are speakers, experts all around that you can ask them based on the talk that they are also coming to have as well. So I'm just going to give a small recap on that, right? So AI, you all know Google I/O was all about AI last year and this year, right? So AI will be the biggest technological shift we see in our lifetime. And you know, one thing about AI, if you notice, Google started AI not today. Like Google started AI long ago, right? But then AI wasn't that. It was there, but people were not really interested in AI, right? So AI is something that belongs to Google. Sorry about that, but yeah, because Google search and all that. Those algorithm and all this stuff were all just like AI everywhere, right? All right, so these are all Sundar's talks, his speech. So Google is fully in our Gemini era. So if you notice something around, all right, good. So let me start from here.
So just taking them step by step. This is the search in the Gemini era. Right now, it is being implemented in the Google search. If you are doing anything on google.com, you want to make a search right now, you notice the AI is in there as well. The AI gives you the feedback and all that in there as well. Right now, that's the Gemini is in everywhere now where you can use it, including the Google search. Then also the Google products, Google Photos now has AI. The video you watched recently, I mean, this early this morning, we showed the video, the keynote video from Sundar. You notice that in Google Photos, you can now make an AI search in there. I think I have that in my account, but I don't know if I think I'll share a link for you guys to join. I think there is a platform where you can have a test of the Google AI. You can test it on your own and give feedback. It will be actually integrated into your Gmail account, so you can have a feel of it. I've been using it since 2021, 22 day. So you can also have a feel. I'll share it with you guys because I've been using Gemini in all the Google products, so I know how it works. All right, so Gemini 1.5 Pro was also released during the keynote talk. So as Google said, we are combining the power of multimodality and long context to unlock deeper capabilities and more intelligence. The improved version will be made available to all developers globally. When it comes to the multimodality, I will leave that part for Gabriel to come and talk about. Gabriel is coming to do more of the AI fine tuning and all that. So he will mention something around that side. Then, as I mentioned earlier on, Gemini is already in the Google Workspace, which I'm already enjoying it since it was released. I've been enjoying it already. So now, when you open email, when you open the Google Gmail, you'll see Gemini on the right-hand side. I wish I can show you that. You see Gemini on the right-hand side, where you can now even ask it to summarize emails for you, right? It's in mine as well. You can ask it to summarize email for you if the email is that long and you don't understand, or maybe your boss, let's say, CC you in an email and the email was very long. You didn't know what went on and that you want to track. You can just summarize. The Gemini icon pops up there. You can summarize the email for you. You can also do your normal Gemini search on your right-hand side as well. So going further with AI, the reasoner planning. All right, so Gemini 1.5 Flash. So I just don't want to do more of the technical talks, as Etonam will come and do those ones. I think there is a video, but I don't know if the sound will pop up. I mean, we'll hear the sound, but if not, we just, oh, okay, the sound is working. That's nice. So I think that's my last, it's working. So, Lay. Oh. Yeah, so that video, I think we played it in the morning. For those who were here earlier on to have experience of the entire keynote, I'll play that video again. It's a 15-minute video. When we go on the break, we'll play that video. So those of you who will be here will also have a feel of it. You watch. If you miss IO itself, you'll be able to watch that. All right. Thank you. All right, so okay, so yes, so that's it for the IO update from Sundar's part. There are a lot. I can't actually go through all because there are more developer stuffs in there which need some technical talks on that. Etonam will come and do more on that. Then also Gabriel will also come and do more technical talks on that as well. So I don't want to go too much there. All right, so the generative media, you've also noticed that as well. If you watch I/O, in the beginning, most I/O in the beginning, Google has its own DJ and its own sound and its own everything, beatmaker, everything there. If you've watched I/O, who watched that part? Oh, just few people. Wow. Okay, I think I have to demo that particular stuff for you to see how it works, right? So we've gotten to the era where you now tell the system, you give the system the tools, let's say the instruments, right? Maybe guitar, keyboard, drums, and then the AI combines them and produce a sound for you. That's where we've gotten to. Now you don't need to be doing all those kind of hard work. So sometimes when I want to sleep and I need cool sound, what I do is I just put in the stuff, or you can actually give it a command, a prompt that just a sound, a sound sleep sound. Any command based on any prompt based on how you want it, right? And when you put it in, it will produce a sound for you, not a sound someone has produced already. It's just like the AI producing a sound for you, a cool sound for you, playing at the background where you can actually listen to it and sleep. You can also download the sound it will produce for you as well. We will do a demo on that maybe later after they are done talking. We'll come and talk about that. And you know it can generate image already. That's also in there as well. So the Trillium and all that, these are TPUs. James. Okay. So everything is just about AI, Android updates and all that. The speakers will come and talk about all that here as well. Then we will share a link for you to also have access to all the talks that were held on the IO platform as well. So for those who are interested in Android, we will share a link for you to see all the Android talks, all the Android updates. For those of you who are interested in Flutter, you see all the Flutter updates. For those of you who are interested in Firebase, because it seems like this year Firebase was winning everything. Who noticed it? So it seems like this year Firebase won everything. We are recording this thing. Wow. So, Firebase got a new logo, a new sexy logo. That was, Shadrach has a shirt there. Yes, I'm also Shadrach. There's also another Shadrach there. He has some shirts on Firebase. You can go and look at it. They are very awesome. So Firebase also introduced a new logo on that as well. And it's like they've won everything this year. Last year was Flutter. Yeah. And I think this year Firebase has done awesome. There have been awesome updates on Firebase as well. So I will leave this for Etonam, just for 10 minutes to give us a breakdown on the developer keynote. Then we continue with our speech. But then I'll come back, then we'll do some DJ stuff, right? We'll produce musics on our own, we'll produce sounds, we create some beats and listen to some musics from
Many people watch the Google I/O. I think quite a number of you, which is very good, right? We are just going to go through this few slides and more go over some of the things that was announced. Shadrach. Yeah. All right, so I mean, there have been a number of releases during this IO, and they were all concerning AI, but not only AI. Some of the various tools or frameworks that Google had also got some facelift. So we'll go through that. First of all, Gemini 1.5 Flash is now available to all developers. This was in preview some time ago, but currently every developer can access it. And this gives you access to low cost, speed, and efficiency. Shadrach. All right. Now, in Google's AI studio, you have a number of features there. So basically, that's the studio where you can fine tune your models. You can also have access to your Gemini key, API key for your development, and also a number of features there. So Google announced a 2 million tokens. So previously it was 1 million token, which was the highest across every model in the world. Currently, they announced 2 million, which is like doubling the number, making it quite the highest ever. And if, I mean, you want to try out Gemini, always check out the cookbook. I mean, there's a number of tutorials there, step-by-step approach on how to use Gemini in your code, in whatever language that you are comfortable with. All right, so I think I've already spoken about Gemini already. I mean, Gemini is transforming how you work as an engineer or a developer, your workflow, your integrations, even how you debug your applications, right? At first, we used to go to Stack Overflow, run through all the comments or look for the one that was marked as accepted, right? But now you can just head over to Gemini and just probably like paste in your error and say, hey, like I have this issue, how do I fix it, right? Then it gives you a breakdown of what the issue is, why you are facing that issue, and how to fix it. All right, so now we look at mobile. So Gemini on mobile, right? I mean, this is actually very interesting to me because Android has always been one of the key technologies in the world. I mean, if you read or research on the history of Android, you find it very interesting that it was created from an operating system, a normal desktop operating system itself, as an experiment, and now it has become what it is today. Now, Google has introduced something on Android called AI Core, which helps you run Gemini on device. So instead of making an API call to get your answers from Gemini, everything, your model is on the phone. So there's very short latency, and also there's data privacy. I mean, no one is going to access that data because everything, again, it's on your phone. The model learns from whatever data you provide it on your phone, right? And Google has baked this into the Android operating system itself. And currently it's available on Samsung, I think S4 and Google Pixel 8. So if you want to access it, you can try those devices. Yeah, I think I've already spoken about Nano. So that's called a Gemini Nano, right? Then we have Kotlin multi-platform. Now, if you've done native Android app development, I'm sure probably by this time you've moved from Java to Kotlin, I mean, I started with Java back in the days, right? Before Kotlin came in, and I had to move because things got better with Kotlin. And now you don't just write Kotlin for Android, you can now write Kotlin for Android and iOS and also the web, which means that you are sharing your business logic across all these three platforms by default, right? And Google has announced first class support for the framework. So this is basically created by JetBrains, which is another company, but Google has seen the potential of this framework and they've announced that they are going to support them throughout the entire development process. Another one is Jetpack Compose. So if you're familiar with the new form of programming called declarative programming, where you don't have an XML or you don't have a storyboard that you do drag and drop, right? Now, in the native world or in the Android world, there's something called Jetpack Compose, which helps you also do a similar thing to what Flutter does. So you don't have a UI that you drag and drop. Whatever you write becomes your UI and also your business logic, which makes programming very fast because instead of you wasting time to align your buttons and all that, as you're writing the code, I mean, you're basically seeing everything on the screen. And Jetpack Compose has also seen a new facelift. There's introduction of Kotlin 2.0, which introduced a whole lot of new features to Kotlin language. And since this is built on Kotlin, it's also benefiting from those changes, right? And they've introduced shared transitions between widgets or elements. And also there's adaptive layout for Kotlin. So there's one thing that in back in the days in native Kotlin, the one with the XML, when you finish your application and you run it on tablet, then everything is stretched out. Like you now have to probably write a new layout for tablet view so that you can swap it. Now for this, by default, it is able to intelligently realign itself to cater for tablets and probably like TVs, Android TVs. Now, Gemini in Android Studio. It's been a long time I personally have used Android Studio. I've been using VS Code for a long time. But the last time I tried it, and I realized that, okay, now I can actually use Gemini inside Android Studio. So imagine you run your application and you have an exception. Just with a click of button, you can tell Gemini that, okay, this exception, what should I do? Based on the context of your code, it will look at the error, look at your code, provide you a solution, and just with a click of the button, it will apply that solution to your code. So you don't have to now copy and paste or have to think of where should I put this, or just a click of a button, it will do everything for you, right? And also you can ask it, okay, I want to write documentation for my code. Again, with the context of your code, it will write documentation for everything. I want to write test for my code. It will write the test and also show you how to run it, right? And all this is now baked in Android Studio. So for Class-6, if you've used Firebase before, I mean, you'll probably be familiar with Class-6. So Class-6 is basically a service that helps you log your errors on the Firebase dashboard. So once a user is using their phone, the app crash, you will get the error on the dashboard and you can investigate and fix the error. Now, with Android Studio and integration with Firebase, you can actually get those errors from the Firebase dashboard in Android Studio itself. So you don't have to go to the web platform or dashboard to look at the errors. You get the errors in Android Studio, and when you click on it, it will show you where in your code that caused the error. Again, then you can use Gemini to tell, okay, Gemini, I mean, help me fix this, and it will look at the error, your code, and fix it for you, right? All right. So moving on to the web. Now we've seen Android. Now we are moving to the web. So for the web, the main, should I say, tagline is creating a fast and secure web applications for the open web. Now we are basically shifting from having a server somewhere running like multiple computations and you making calls to it to having everything in your browser. Now, Gemini Nano in Chrome is basically the version of Gemini Nano in Android. So your model is basically embedded in Chrome itself. So instead of you making API calls to Gemini again, everything is inside Chrome. So when you go to your dev tool, you can have access to Gemini in there. And there's very low latency because again, you have the model in there. You are not making any API call or HTTP call over the internet. Everything is inside your Chrome browser. And now with something, so I think if you've done web applications for some time, React, Angular, Vue, there's something we call prefetching, where the browser is able to eternally decide the next page you visit. And it will try to fetch that page down for you so that it becomes faster. You don't have to go to that page and it's loading, right? Now with Gemini and the improvement done to the API, it looks at your past history of how you browse that particular page or other pages and decide on every page you are going to visit next. And it will prefetch all those pages down for you, right? So by the time you visit that page, the data is already there for you, right? So I think I've already spoken about this using the Chrome Dev Tools, where now inside the Dev Tool, you can actually also interact with Gemini over there. So when you have your issue, your JavaScript has thrown an error, you don't understand what that error is, you can just call on Gemini in your Chrome Dev Tool and ask it, okay, what is this error about? How can I fix it? And it will basically, with access to your code, go through it and look at the context of the error and provide you a solution. Okay, when you change this, it will fix it. Now moving to the multi-platform side. Now this side is basically, as we all know, for Flutter. Now, but before we go that, there's this platform called IDX. Now, IDX is basically a platform where, let's say you have your ID in the browser. Now, so without you installing any tool, any language, anything on your desktop, you can actually start coding. So basically, it gives you an interface similar to VS Code, where you can write your code, you can deploy it, and you can even run it. So with something like Flutter, you will be given access to an emulator in the browser for you to run. So you can actually work and do everything all in your browser. Imagine you've gone to probably like an event, and all of a sudden you are called out, there's an issue with you guys, your code. You don't have your laptop with you, but you have, let's say, an iPad with you, or there's someone close to you that's having a laptop. All you have to just go is take their browser, go into IDS, log in, pull your code into the browser, and start coding in real time, right? That is the power of IDX. And currently, it has been open to every developer across the world. So you can try it, go to idx.google.com, and you have access to it. Now, Checks. So Checks is basically a new platform that Google announced that helps you to deal with compliance. Now, compliance in the sense of data security or data protection. So some of our applications that we've worked on is easily, you're able to easily get users' data. Sometimes when you just go to the inspect, you start seeing logs, and some of the logs are basically fetching all the users in the system, right? Like the developer just left their log there. And all those things are very dangerous. So with something like Checks, so Checks will basically go through your code base and identify where you are falling short and let you know that, okay, hey, you are falling short in this sector, so fix it, right? Yeah. And you can use it for Android, iOS, and the web. Now, Flutter. Yeah. In Flutter, a new version was announced, which is Flutter 3.22, and also a new version of the data language. Now, this introduced a number of features. One of the important features is WASM. So WASM is web assembly. So imagine running C++ code. As you all know, C and C++ code, they are very fast, right? They work with the native bare bone of the machine that they are running on. Now, imagine bringing that performance to the web, which means that your applications are going to be very fast. That is what Flutter for the web is actually giving you now. So when you build with WASM, you're actually running your code with the same performance of C, C++ on the web. Now, Firebase. So Firebase also introduced a new feature called the Gen Kit. It's more or less an open source project, so anyone at all can contribute to it. If you feel like, you can just go through the code base. If you feel that there's something they are missing, documentation, typo mistake, you can just fix it. Now, it helps you build AI solutions for your applications very fast. So instead of you going through the entire process of the whole setup, training your models and all that, they already have solutions up there for you, which is, again, open source. All you have to do is just pick it and continue with whatever you are doing. Now we have the AI itself. Now, in the AI sector, we have the Gemma model. So Gemma models is also a set of open source models. So, and these models basically use the same technology that Gemini is using. So it's more or less Google open sourcing Gemini, right, to everyone. So you can have access to the same models that they are using in their applications. And there's 3 of these in the Gemma family. So we have Code Gemma, which is to help developers with their code generation, fixing bugs, fixing errors. Then we have Recurrent Gemma, which is more or less a relearning network where the model basically relearns everything that it knows or every new data that you provide it. Then we have the Polygemma, which is multimodal, so basically identifying images and text. And Google AI Edge. Now, this is basically a whole suite of tools that Google has announced. So it's like when you have access to this, you have access to every Google tool that is there, which is Vectors AI, Gemini, Gemma, just name it, all of them, right? And there's also a number of tools that they don't talk about so much, like Book LM, Music LM, text effects, music effects, video effects, which are basically AI generating videos, AI generating music, AI generating text by itself, right? And I think if you watch the event, there was some music that was played that was actually, should I say, written and directed, produced by an AI itself, right? So probably, I don't know, DJ Khaled should be afraid of his job. Now, I think that's it. This whole keynote basically is just a portion of it. There are a number of features that were introduced. If you haven't watched the keynote, please go and watch keynote, especially the developer keynote. So there's the keynote itself and the developer keynote. So when you watch it, there's a huge number of features that was announced and also preview. So if you want to join those who test those features, links were announced. You can just go there, sign up, and you'll be given access to it. That's one interesting thing about Google, that they let people also participate in the testing process of their applications. I think I'm done, and thank you. If there are any questions. Question?
I have a question for you. So you talk about integrating. So Gemini is in our codes, right? You can tell it to look into your code, blah blah blah, right? So where is the privacy? Because you're working for an organization, you signed an NDA not to give their code out, but here you are plugging in Gemini into your company's organization and just giving it out there. So
So with Android Studio, right? When you look into the Gemini integration, there's a number of checkboxes that you have to tick. First of all, they'll ask you, are you comfortable sharing this code with Google? Because again, that code will be used to retrain the model. If the answer is no, it backs out. It doesn't touch your code. No, the thing is, it's only called when you click on it. So when you click on it and you give it access, then that is when it's also able to do what it has to do. Because remember, it can't even answer you without the context of your code. It will just give you a generalized answer, right? Which is basically then called hallucination. And we don't want that. So once you don't give it access, I mean, even, and again, it is an extension that you have to add. So if you don't add the extension at the first place, it is not even there.
I'm sorry, but it's already built into the Android Studio. I don't have to add an extension.
No, so you have to enable it. I mean, it's there.
By logging in and all that.
Yeah, so first of all, you need to log in with your Gmail account
Yeah.
and all that. So if you haven't done all that, I mean, it doesn't even know that you're even doing anything. That's the thing.
Okay, that's just a concern.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, the whole thing about Gemini that people are actually concerned about is the data security and data privacy. That's why we have the counterpart called Vertex AI. So Vertex AI doesn't share any data that you generate with Google. It is in their NDA, it is in their documentation, and once you accept that, you go with it. But just that is paid. So if you are willing to pay for it, it's fine. But if you want a free version, they also need something to help make the model smarter. That is your code. Any other question? No other question. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for me. So we are going to stand and stretch because I can see most of us are looking tired. So let's all stand and stretch. Okay. We can be seated now if you're okay. Oh, yeah. So our next speaker for today is Samuel, and he's going to talk about Gemini in Firebase. So with a round of applause, let's welcome him, and then we'll have. But before Samuel comes, can we have 3 people sharing what they learned from Etonam's session? Any volunteers? I should just bring the mic to whoever I spot. Okay. I'm bringing the mic to you. You're looking at me, smiling. Yes, I'm coming to you.
Thank you. I'm Patrick. So what I learned from Etonam was about the product IDX, which is on the web, you can log on to that without necessarily having to install the Android Studio and all that, which takes a lot of space. So with that, you can use it universally wherever you go. That's what I learned.
Thank you. Any other? Hi.
Yeah, I'm Philemon. So what I learned from him is that Gemini is now in our dev tools. So you can easily get solutions to some of your errors using Gemini on your dev tools.
Okay, thank you. I've spotted two people. So, oh, she's running away. Okay, she'll come back. Hello. Share something.
Oh, thank you. So, what the part I took was the integration with the Android Studio. Yes, so that was the part I took.
I learned that Google has now made integration of Gemini into our apps much easier and simpler.
Okay, thank you. Um, so before Samuel comes, I want wait. Let me ask this beautiful lady something you've learned today.
Okay, so I think he mentioned something about checks, right? I think for me that was what um I don't know resonated with me because from what he mentioned, it's able to check the code if there's anything that is going to conflict with maybe there's user data that you're not supposed to be logging or something along those lines and then prompt you about it. So yeah, that's what I took from what he thought.
Thank you. Let's all clap for ourselves. We've been very good today. We've contributed, we've shared a lot, we've learned a lot from each other. And I'm very glad we are all here. I hope you're all glad we are here. Any expectations? Have your expectations been met? What were you expecting before you came here? And then now that you are here, what are you still expecting? Are you expecting something that hasn't been tackled? Or hasn't you are hoping that by the end of the program and the session will be addressed? This gentleman is looking at me and come to ask him.
I'm just looking forward to networking. That's basically.
But have you networked with the people around you? What's her
Her name? Esther.
Esther? So get to know them. Okay. Um, hello, my beautiful lady. Expectations, have they been met? What are you expecting? No, as in before you were coming, what were you expecting? Now that you are here, have your expectations been met? Or what are you hoping by the end of the program?
Let's close first.
Let's close. When we're about to close, please remind me, the lady in white. I'll come to you. Okay. Hello, I've not heard your voice. Yeah, exciting, right? Or amazing, exciting.
Yeah, I came here to learn more about Google and then networking. No, I came a bit late, so I'll be doing it in a break. I didn't ask his name, but then.
So we'll be having Samuel join us very soon. You have a question?
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so my name is Samuel, and I'll be speaking about Gemini in Firebase. I hope you are excited about this already. Okay. Okay, so a little intro about myself. What's wrong? Oh, okay. Yo. Okay, sure. Okay, I want to ask, how many of you use Firebase here? If you've used Firebase or you've heard of Firebase. Yes, so what can you say about Firebase before? Okay.
So basically, I use Firebase. Yeah, basically Firebase is a backend and service platform.
Okay, thank you, Julius. Okay, so a little intro about myself. So my name is Samuel. I'm a JavaScript developer. So basically, I write React, Vue, Next.js, TypeScript. I'm here to get into Angular. I'm sure I'll check the docs out when I leave here, else they'll sack me. Okay, and I'm also a research assistant, and I build developer tools in my free time. I'm also a tech content creator on YouTube. I make videos about mobile development and stuff like that. All right. Okay, so I got this little slogan from Gemini. You see, we are in the AI era. So it's basically saying that Firebase has got you covered. So Firebase can handle or can do all the heavy lifting for you. So take care of the hard work whilst you focus on the important part. Maybe that's the development. And Gemini is also here. So it will also take care of your code. So do some checks. You get okay. Okay, so what at all is this Firebase thing? I'm sure some of you haven't heard of Firebase. So essentially, Firebase is a backend as a service, if you'd allow me to see, provided or offered by Google. So Firebase has lots of backend suites or packages to help you speed up your development, right? Okay, so here are some benefits of using Firebase. So as it says in my slide, so Firebase provides simplified authentication. So it gives you access to data storage, whether you want real-time database or just the normal cloud database, cloud messaging, A/B testing. And one thing I like about Firebase, since it's from Google, they have really good documentation and they have a large and a good community. So when you have any issues with Firebase or with your project, which is using Firebase, it's 80% assured that you'll find a solution to it. But there was a time where I was working on a project and it was a Firebase backend and a little Node backend, but I still had issues. So I was really excited when I saw this Gemini thing in Firebase. Right. Okay, so here's a picture here. I'm comparing two developers. And this was actually generated with AI. And I also cleaned it up with another AI. Right. So this is a developer, an African developer. See me writing code, and I don't know where the error is coming from, but it's just not working. Or my tests are not passing. And when Firebase came into the picture, I'm happy now. Yeah. Okay, so I was speaking about Firebase and I introduced the topic of discussion, which is Gemini in Firebase. So what I thought is this GIF or Gemini in Firebase. So essentially, as you see in my slides, it's actually more like an AI co-pilot, but Gemini in Firebase is not just like the normal AIs like you see in WhatsApp. We have Meta AI, which can answer every question. So Firebase or Gemini in Firebase or that thing being in the Firebase console is not just like a regular Gemini chatbot where you can interact, but this one is focused solely on Firebase. So focus on the documentation of Firebase. Did you understand? Yes. So it's essentially an AI-powered collaborative assistant that can help you boost your productivity. Okay, so some capabilities of Gemini in Firebase, I call it GIF. Right, so Gemini in Firebase offers natural language queries. So it understands, it works with NLP basically. So it understands like human language. So it's all dependent on you as a developer, like how you prompt Gemini in Firebase. So if you don't give it the right prompt, it won't give you the right response. That's why they say AI can never be like humans, even though AIs are becoming better. Because if I give you garbage, it will give me garbage. So Gemini and Firebase understands natural language better, and it has real-time support. And as I said earlier before I got here, so it's a Firebase expert. So it is trained on the Firebase documentation. It is trained on code base using Firebase, right? And also it can help generate code and it can help with debugging and it can help with error decoding and troubleshooting. So you see Firebase too, they do versioning, so there are updates. I remember the time I was using a project which used Firebase version 8 and these people brought their 10 and my code was not working anymore after I did some updates, right? But I'm sure if Gemini and Firebase was there at the time, it would have helped me. Okay, so it can also give you, it can help you with best practices, that is writing your code or working on a Firebase project. And also, it supports a lot of platforms. So if you're a JavaScript guy, you, or like all the platforms like React, Android, it supports it. So it can give you information and it can help you with your applications. And the last one, so it can help with Firebase Crash Analytics. Okay, but I can actually do more. These are just a few. Okay, so I've been talking for a long time, Kaka. So let's do a deep dive into some of the features of Gemini and Firebase. Okay, so here's a scenario. So before I talk about this, I can actually group what Gemini and Firebase can do into 3 sessions. So we can actually act as a question and answer chatbot. So for solving problems related to Firebase, right? And it can also act as a code assistant or a co-pilot. It can also act as a debugger for your Firebase projects. But it doesn't mean that it can't support other prompts, which is not related to Firebase, just that it will give you more good response or more precise response when it's about Firebase related stuff. Because I tried it. Sometimes I can even tell you that I don't have knowledge about it. And also, Gemini and Firebase is actually in its early stages, so it's still in its beta stage. So it's not too good, but from my experience, I'll give it 9 out of 10. It's actually good. Okay, so for the Q&A assistant for Firebase, so here are some sample questions, and I use the first one. So I just asked it, how can I set up user authentication in Firebase? And it will give you a lot of, it will do the English part first. Because of the picture of the frame size, I can't show everything. So it tells you and you can go ahead and give it a follow-up question, whether you want to do email and password authentication, anonymous sign in, Google Auth, GitHub Auth, whatever, and to give you code example, right? So you can ask it any question and it will do that for you. And as I said earlier, you have to be more specific when it comes to your prompting, else you won't get the best out of it. Okay, so the second part, it can help in code generation. So these are some other questions, and I just told it to write a function to retrieve a specific document from Cloud Firestore on its ID, and it gave me this, right? So it can also help with code generation. Okay, so the next one, which is the last category of what Gemini and Firebase can actually do. So it can help with troubleshooting and debugging. I'll show you an example. It's rather unfortunate I can't do a demo. I plan on doing a demo of like using Gemini and Firebase in action, like as in an actual project, right? So I just asked you this question: how can I improve the performance of my Firebase queries? And he gave me this, and it was perfect, like what I actually wanted. Okay. Okay, so here's a sample code debugging using Gemini and Firebase. So I just took out the prompts, the promptings I use, and added it to my slide. So I was like, what is wrong with my code? So forget about the question mark, but I added a colon and added a code below. And it gave me blah, blah, blah. So it gave me details about my code and potential issues and suggested improvements. And this guy, and I asked it again, can you correct the code based on the suggestions? And it did that for me. It's just that it felt that I was a lazy developer, so it actually added some comments for me to complete it myself. And I was like, can you help me complete the code, explaining the functionality of this code section? And it does that for me, and it takes away the comments. This sometimes it feels like you know some part of the code, so you ignore some sections. Like it can actually do the entire thing for you. Please, are you following? Okay, great. Okay, so here's an example. So it's actually for user sign up, and once the user signs up, this is not the complete thing. Oh, sorry, handle request. So I was actually making a request to my database, I guess, and when the user enters some credentials in a form, and I add this stuff to my database, but this is not the complete code. I've taken some parts out, and I don't know if this one is working. Okay, so you see here, I was checking if there's a UID, then if it's undefined, then that's something, right? But here lies the case. I don't know if you understand JavaScript very well. I don't know where I'm getting this UID thing from, but I'm calling it here because I'm using setDoc. And setDoc expects 3 parameters. Actually, this parameter argument thing is, we use it interchangeably, right? Yeah, so there's also rdoc and setDoc. So, but here I was supposed to use rdoc, and rdoc just expects the collection name and see the UID. So I was doing some shakara things, and it actually caught me. And in my this is the improved version it gave me. So what it did here was it gave me a function, say generate unique order ID, and it's assume using math.run to get me a unique ID. You see with Firebase UIDs, it's characters of numbers and letters, right? About 10. Yeah, so it did that for me, and it still used my old code. It didn't use the rdocs, but I tried it and used the rdocs. So it's just the same thing, but a better version of it, and it actually worked. Easy get it. Yeah. Okay, so some of the benefits of Gemini in Firebase. So faster development cycle. So it actually reduces the time you spend on your project or building projects using Firebase backend. Yeah, and also improve efficiency. So as a developer, some people choose to use Firebase because they want to focus on the UI, they want to focus on navigation and some other stuff. Whilst they want Firebase to take care of the rest, right? So if you're somebody who wants to focus on the development and all the interesting stuff, and you want your backend to be handled, Firebase can do that. And Gemini and Firebase is actually there to help you speed up the process, and it helps reduce errors. So when you're coding along with Gemini and Firebase, I didn't say use it to code every time, but it's still in development stage. So you have to be mindful, and you're supposed to take responsibility of whatever happens to your code. If you're going to push to main branch using a code that this guy gave you, you'll be in trouble. So you're supposed to actually review your code and also enhance learning. So you actually gain insights. You see, from here, I learned something new where I can actually use setDoc and actually generate a unique UID, right? And whilst I could have used rdoc, but Firebase, based on my old code, it gave me another way of doing this, and it worked for me, right? Okay. Okay, so responsible AI practices with Gemini and Firebase. So as I said, I think I've said this twice. So it's actually in its early stages. So it's in its beta stage or it's experimental. So you have to be careful. But it's actually good. I gave it a 9 out of a 10. And actually, it says that validates code generation generated before implementation. You can't just copy the code it gives you and just put it inside. So what you can do with this kind of thing is that when you're working, always create a branch. That's if it's a major task, create a branch and do all your dirty work there. If it works, then you make a PR and merge to maybe your main branch or the branch you're supposed to make a feature branch. Thank you, Julius. Also, avoid PII and with Gemini, and also utilize Gemini as a collaborative assistant, not a complete replacement. So I think it's self-explanatory because it's just saying that just use it as a co-pilot, just as you use GitHub Copilot. Don't let it write your entire code for you. If you like, you can give it a try. Tell it to write Google authentication for you. I'm not sure to give you the best thing, but rather when you try to do it yourself using the documentation itself, you run into issues, and it will rather help you fix that. Right. So I wanted to do a demo, but it's rather unfortunate. It's actually this session. So Thank you very much. Please, any questions for me? Any questions?
Hello.
Thank you very much. Any question? No question. So I should pose a question to you. Okay. So he mentioned benefits of Gemini in Firebase. He mentioned, I think, four. Did I see a hand here? Okay.
I have a question. So I wanted to ask, how does Gemini help with Crashlytics and remote config in Firebase?
Let me be honest with you. I've not tried that yet. Yeah, but I think it actually helps you. I've not tried that yet. I want to be honest with you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
So since we all don't have a question, I have a question. He mentioned the benefits of Gemini in Firebase. He mentioned four. There's enhanced something in there. So I want someone to mention one for me, and then since we are in five columns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we are going back to our approach again. One from here, one from here, one from here, one from here. He mentioned 5, so at least one from each column. Hello.
I think he said it helps fasten development or something.
Can you add how, or I should come back here? Okay. So another person from this column. I think this column, a lot of people have spoken.
It helps to use best practices.
So I can see the energy is low. We are going to have lunch soon. From here, we are going for a lunch. So if maybe that will serve as a motivation, the faster I give the response, the faster I go for the lunch. So maybe that will serve as a motivation for all of us. So one from here, one from the last column, and then we can go for lunch. Volunteer, I should just bring the microphone.
I think they've actually said what I wanted to say, so that was there.
Just repeat it for us.
Yeah, so faster development outside.
Thank you. Okay. One from the last column. 2 actually.
Improved efficiency.
Improved efficiency. So if you didn't hear it, now you're hearing it. We're going for lunch.
Reduced errors.
Uses errors. Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And I've noticed something when the speakers project their handles, no one is taking a picture or a screenshot, or we all have it in mind. Retentive memory saying, yeah, we are all good. Okay. So we'll be having lunch soon. We'll be going in batches so that we won't be crowded over there. So we start with those at the back because they're already in the queue, and then we'll be going for lunch. Then from there, we'll continue from here, 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 and there. So thank you very much. And then we are not done, so we'll come back after lunch to continue the rest of the session. So, and then as we are having lunch, we'll project the Google I/O summary for us, so you can watch it. And then if you've also not networked with someone, the person in front of you, behind you, by your side, left and right, please do so. Or you can cross from your lane to another lane, get to know someone before we leave this place. Thank you very much. Yeah, yeah.
video or like just
Um,
for the virtual
I don't really know. Video day. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. You know, why not use PowerPoint? Yeah, because to eat from drawing slide like just like the way it is shown from there. It is no, no, right on the slide it is. You see, say the second one be the main one. You see this one. After the so count this one, this place. You see this one. You can add because for find a way to add another screen. Yeah, yeah. Of course, I will.
So, hello everyone. So we can start going for lunch now. Oh, we are all not hungry. Yes. So if you are ready and the person sitting next to you is not ready, you can leave them alone. Don't drag them along. Leave them. Yes.
Shadrach was mentioning multimodal. So what multimodal means is that instead of interacting with just text, or let's say image to image, now you can interact with audio, text, even videos as well. So it's like now you have options. You are not restricted to just text, right? And then it's built with responsibility and safety at the core. So if you go on Gemini and you search, how do I create a bomb? I mean, you're not going to get an answer, right? Because responsibility is built at the core of these things. Because anything that you are building, you have to think for the worst. Because there are people who are very crazy. They will take the thing and then use it for other tasks, right? So we have, at the moment, we have, I think, 4 main types of Gemini or classes, right? So we have the Gemini Ultra. So the Ultra, I mean, the state of the art performance across industries, right? So we can do multimodal reasoning, complex coding, and then mathematical reasoning, right? And then we have the Gemini Pro. So for the Pro, we have the 1.0 Pro and then the 1.5 Pro. For the fine tuning, at the moment, you cannot use the 1.5. You can use the 1.0 or the 1.0, right? And that one too has its own capabilities. And then you have up to, I think this is not even accurate. Now it's up to 1 million tokens. So what the tokens means is that, so let's say if you ask Gemini, what is your name, right? As a human being, if I ask you a question like, what's your name? You don't think about it. You just give me an answer. It's because you've heard of it several times. And how it works is like linguistics, right? So they put the words together. So anytime you prompt Gemini or any AI system, what it does is it breaks the words down into, let's say, pieces. And these pieces are what we call tokens. And with Gemini, now you have up to 1 million tokens. And I tried to see if I can exceed the 1 million. And still, I was not able to exceed the 1 million. I uploaded several documents and all of that, but still, I was not able to exceed. And then very soon, for those of you who are in the beta version, AI overviews, you realize that now you can apply for 2 million tokens. So it's like, now you can do more with Gemini. And then we have the Gemini Flash. So the Gemini Flash was launched at I/O this year. So just as the name suggests, Flash. I mean, for those of you who watch those sci-fi and stuff like that, you know Flash, right? So fast. So basically it's built for speed, quality at a lower cost, and then long context understanding. And then we have the last one, which is the Gemini Nano. So the Nano is basically built for devices. So let's say very soon, I think later this year, it will be rolled out on Android devices. So especially those of you using Google Pixel, you are the people who experience it for the first time. So the Nano is like Gemini, but then scaled down for on-device ML. All right. Shadrach. All right. So now let's get into why we are here today. So, I mean, basically, right, you see all these AI systems, there's something we call few shot prompting. So, I mean, if I have ChatGPT and I want it to do something for me, I can give it several prompts. So, okay, ChatGPT, I want you to do this, that. And then you ask it the main question that you want. I mean, if you are doing something very complex, let's say mathematics, this example is not going to work. Are you okay? Because if you give it 5 prompts, I mean, 5 prompts is not anything. It cannot really understand deeper what you want it to do. So then we do fine tuning. So with fine tuning, what we are doing is that so basically what we are doing is that we leverage on the knowledge gained by a pre-trained model and then adapt it into a new and more specific task. So let me give an example. So let's say you're a teacher, right? And you have a very brilliant science student, let's say integrated science. The student is very good with integrated science, but then you want the student to specialize in one particular aspect, let's say physics. So what you do is that the knowledge that the person has about the integrated science, now you train the person in just physics. Do you understand? So fine tuning, you no longer, you don't have to build your own language model from scratch. So Gemini has already been trained, so it's a pre-trained model. So you just capitalize on that, and then you train it on your own data for specific tasks that you want instead of more general tasks. Right. Don't worry. So why do we fine tune? I mean, tuning enables us to customize Gemini models with our own data, blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, basically, because we want to do specific things, right? So Gemini can do a lot of things, but there's not everyone who needs it for a lot of things. If you are in, let's say, in linguistics, you may prefer to use it in linguistics. If you are in medicine, you may prefer to use it in the medicine context. So we fine tune basically to perform a specific task with these language models. Instead of you training your own model from scratch, you capitalize on the model that has already been built because it has all these understanding capabilities already. So you don't have to do all of that from scratch because trust me, you and I don't have the money and the computing power to build our own language model from scratch. If you try it on your laptop, you know what will happen, right? So you can use it for classification, just as Jason mentioned. Maybe you want to do image classification. So there's a cat, there's a dog, so on and so forth. Information extraction. So you have large data or information, then you want to extract specific things from that. You can also use that as well. Structured output generation. So like tables and the rest. You can train it on that and then you generate. And then you can critique, you can use it to critique models. So I mean, in our part of the world, when we hear critique, people feel like you are looking down on something. But basically, when you are critiquing something, you are looking for the areas that can be improved, and then based on that, the developers of that particular product will learn from it. So, for example, I think December last year and then early January this year, Google Crowdsource they were doing a campaign. What's the name? Adversarial Nibbler Challenge. So what they were doing was that they wanted people to prompt bad. At that time, it was called bad, right? They wanted people to prompt bad with a very good prompt, but then it will generate a bad response. So for example, let's say you say generate an image of a baby sleeping beside ketchup. I mean, to the average person, it's senseless. It doesn't make sense, right? But then if you generate an image of a baby beside ketchup, you see a baby sleeping beside something that looks reddish, which someone might interpret it as blood. Do you understand? So because before all these AI systems are deployed or developed, they go through all these processes. So that's another phase. So critiquing. So maybe you are a mathematics professor. You want to use Gemini for mathematics. So based on that, you can fine tune it and then you propose to them that, okay, I've realized that Gemini is good at A, B, C, and not D. So if you do it like this, then it will happen. Do you understand? That's why Google invests in these kind of developer events because they need ideas. They don't have all the ideas figured out. That's why they have developer communities where people can come together, generate ideas, and then they'll use it to improve their products, right? So if you want to fine tune Gemini, there are two main ways, right? You can use the Gemini API, or you can use the Google AI Studio. For today, what we are going to talk about will be using the Google AI Studio, because that one is a bit user-friendly and beginner-friendly. So you don't really need to know how to code. It's just like click, 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 and then you move through. So yeah, so let's cook. So since we cannot demo, I did some screenshots to, walk you through the process. But then it's self-explanatory, and then I've added some resources. So anytime you get the slides, you can walk through the processes yourself. So the first thing that you have to do is you have to go to Google AI Studio. So that one is aistudio.google.com. So remember, Bright was speaking earlier about Vertex AI. So Vertex AI is like the enterprise version of Google AI Studio. So in the Google ecosystem, we have enterprise users and then we have the average users like you and I, right? So for example, if an institution like University of Ghana wants to use a Google product, they wouldn't be an individual user. They will be an enterprise user because they have other individual users. So Vertex AI is built for people like that. And then Google AI Studio is built for the everyday person, the developer, so that you can go and interact. Now, the catch is that since Google AI Studio is free, it learns from your data and then you use it to improve Gemini. Do you understand? So if you are prompting Google AI Studio about something, or you're interacting with something, the data that you are training it on is learning from that data to improve Gemini overall. Do you understand? Unlike Google AI Studio, sorry, Vertex AI. So Vertex AI, everything that you're doing stays on your account. Nothing goes outside. Gemini cannot learn from what you have provided it to improve itself. It will just learn from it and then provide you the feedback. But for Google AI Studio, It learns from your data and then it uses it to improve itself. So that's the main catch. So when you go to Google AI Studio, you see a very nice interface like this. So you see get API key, create new prompt, and so on and so forth. And then here, all the models that are available, you can choose between the models that you want. So let's say you want to interact with Gemini 1.5 Flash, you just select 1.5 Flash. If you want 1.5 Pro, Gemini 1.0 Pro Vision, anyone that you want, you just select the model here. And then you see, I said you have 1 million token. So you see the token count is 1,048,000 something something. So it means you can upload or give it token as many as this. And trust me, if you are doing basic stuff, you might not even exceed 500,000. Do you understand? So it's like, it's very big. And then the temperature is set to 1. So the temperature controls how creative Gemini can be. So if you have, let's say, a temperature of 0 to 2, if it's at 0, or let's say 0.1, it's like you're asking it to be as precise as possible. So that one is like, if you ask something and it has no idea, it will tell you, I have no idea. So it's like, tell me exactly what you know. And then as you're increasing the temperature, what happens is that you allow Gemini to become more creative. Now, the downside is that if it's very, very low, you might not really get what you're looking for. And if it's very, very high, the model will start hallucinating. So it's like, you'll be seeing things that are not there. Do you understand? That's why mostly it's mostly at 1. So mostly for all the Google products. So for Google AI Studio, the temperature is set to 1 by default. If you go to Vertex AI, it's also set to 1 by default. But for Vertex AI, the maximum is 2. So 0. So at least leave it just where it is. If you can explore, I mean, if you put it very, very close, it's like, so what you're doing is basically telling the model that, okay, I'm asking you a question. If you have no idea, based on what you have, try and come up with something. So that's how come sometimes when you prompt ChatGPT with something and then you realize that it will be over-explaining something that you yourself, you know that it's wrong. That's because the temperature is very high. Okay. So enough of that. So when you come here, all you do is you select new tune model. So you see new tune model here. So you just select on new tune model, and then you provide the data for tuning. So to do that, there are 2 options, right? You can import a CSV file, or let's say an Excel file, for example. So to do that, you just go to import, and then import. For that, what you need is, you need your prompt, and then the expected response. So let's say, what's your name? Kofi. How old are you? 24. What's your mother's name? So it's like, it should be like that, right? So that one for the import option. But then if you want to probably, let's say, type your prompt yourself, then you just go to create a structured prompt. So, and then I'll talk about this in the next slide. Shut up, please. Next. All right, so you can choose your base model. And then, as I said, at the moment, the only model that you can fine tune on is the Gemini 1.0 Pro. You cannot tune in on any other model, but as time goes on, for some of the other models, you can fine tune on them as well. And then, so when you come to create a structured prompt, you realize that you see, I think you're allowed a maximum of 500. So you see prompt and then answer, prompt, answer, prompt, answer. So you provide a prompt, you provide the answer, you provide a prompt, you provide the answer. So that's what you are telling Gemini to learn from, right? And then, so again, you can add a name to your tune model. So you can go in my tune model description. So you can have several tune models. So let's say maybe you're a data scientist. You use one for maybe AI, you use one for machine learning, you use one for natural language processing. You can create all these fine-tune models, and then you name them. So anytime you want to interact with them, you just select that particular model, and then interact with it. And then you can add descriptions as well. So when you select the create a structured prompt, this option, you see something like this. So here you see the maximum that you're allowed is 500, right? So you can give it as many as 500 examples. So you just type the input here and then the response. So this is like a supervised learning approach, right? because you're giving it input output pairs, and then you tell Gemini to learn from that and then give you response. The catch is that if you can upload all the 500, it's better. Do you understand? The more the data, the better the model or the responses that you get. If you provide very low data or very small, let's say very small, the model may not really be able to learn very well because it's like there are two ways. What happens is that for that, if you change your epoch, so epoch is like, let's say, okay, you are training your dog how to perform a specific task. Everyone training is one epoch. So if you have a very small data and you increase your epoch, so let's say 5, what happens is that the model will start overfitting because it's like the model understands your data too well that if you give it a very new data, it has no idea about it. Do you understand? So the best way is that upload as many data as you can. So if you can get all the 500, fine, 500. So with that one, the model is able to learn very well and then make predictions. Okay. So the minimum, the advisable minimum is 200. So if you can get 200, 200 is better. And then, so when you are done, you can test your model here. So you write a text input. So it's like now, once you type the 500 examples, it's like now, okay, I've trained my model to understand what I needed to do. So you can test it here. So you write a text, and then once you start writing the text input here, you realize that this run will be active. It will look blue. You see something blue here. So it means you can run and then generate your response. So yeah, this is what I was talking about. So the tuning epoch. So by default, I mean, you can leave all these ones just as they are by default. So this one, the reason I said is like, okay, you are teaching your child how to swim. Let me use that example. Every one training is like one epoch. So 5 is like, okay, you train it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if your data is very, very small, let's say 10, and your tuning epoch is at 5, the model will get so well, it will understand your data very well that it will start overfitting. So when overfitting happens, if you provide it with a very new data or new data outside the ones that you trained it on, it wouldn't really be able to give you the accurate response that you want. That's why it's advisable that you have 500. Are you okay? Please, are you okay? Thank you. So here I was just, I mean, because I didn't have enough time to demo, I would have done a demo. So when you go on Hugging Face and the rest, you can get pre-trained, you can get synthetic data to fine-tune your model. Or you realize that now most people often speak about Gemini not being able to translate accurately, let's say Twi and other Ghanaian languages. So with this feature, you can now train Gemini with data on a particular Ghanaian language. So let's say Ga. So you train it, and then now, anytime you need something in Ga, you can interact with it. Just that getting the data is where the problem is. So here, I just gave it, let's say, one input, and then I said, how to greet in the morning in Twi, and then I provided it the output. So this is what I provided it with. And then now I asked it, how do Ghanaians greet in the morning in Twi? And then the model will tell me that Ghanaians greet each other in the morning in Twi by saying Machi. Because the data is very, very small. It's just one. If it's one, I mean, the model will grasp it very faster. So the larger the size of the model, sorry, the data that you provided with, the more better the model will perform. Do you understand? What people often mistaken is that they think that, okay, if I have 5 training epochs and then the data is very small, we'll understand it very well. But then anytime you ask a question outside the data that you trained it on, that's when you realize that your model is whack. Do you understand? So you can try as many as you want, and you realize that for all these things that I did, how to grease, blah, 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 the token is just 49 out of the 1 million. So it's like, there are more options. And now you can even sign up for the 2 million option, which very soon will be rolling out. And then, shut up. And then you can save the model, and then anytime you need something in that particular range, or let's say in that particular domain, you just use that and then you interact with it as well. So when you get the slides, here are some useful resources. These are all links. When you go there, they will give you more information about how to fine-tune Gemini in Google AI Studio. All right. Thank you very much. Any questions for me?
Yes, so my question is in training the model, all right, is it for just text input or speech?
So at the moment, you can only train it with text at the moment. But then as time goes on, I mean, Gemini is multimodal. But for the fine tuning aspect now, it's only text per what I know. Do you understand? But I mean, as time goes on, so just to give you a little background, the AI system or ecosystem has gone through some phases, right? So the first phase was the predictive AI phase. So at that phase, what we were basically using AI systems for were predictive stuff. So maybe, oh, okay, this AI system can do this. So let me ask it, can you do this? Can you do? So it's like basically predictive stuff. And then we move to the generative AI phase, where now we're using AI systems to generate images and the rest. But now we've also moved to another phase, which is the multimodal generative AI phase. So now the AI systems are not only able to generate, let's say, images, but now you can prompt it with an image, and then you get an image. You can prompt it with text, you get this. And for example, the beat maker, for example, you just prompt it and then you get your beat as an audio. But then at the moment, you can only fine tune with just text. Okay. Any more questions?
My question is, uh, after you are done tuning and you want to test the model, are you supposed to use the same prompt you gave it to the model, like ask the question based on that same prompt or anything relating to that prompt?
No, so you don't have to specifically say exactly the same thing that you prompted it with. It should be something around it. The reason why I did this was that the data that I trained it on was just one data. So if I ask a question outside that, it wouldn't be able to understand. That's why I said the larger the size of the data. So if you are using it for a specific task, you can have variety of questions in that particular thing that you wanted to do, and then you can ask questions around that. It shouldn't necessarily be the same thing that you trained it on, but it can be something around it. Do you understand?
Okay. I would like to find out when you were going through, there was a place about choosing the base model. Because it's not a demo, I didn't see which models are available and how you know which model you need.
So at the moment, the only model that you can fine tune is the Gemini 1.0 Pro. At the moment, that's the only model available. But then as time goes on, all the other models will be made available.
Okay, so mine is after training the model, can you go back to make it normal so as to prevent when you enter a particular prompt, it will go back, it will answer you based on the prompts you enter. So can you default back to the general one, or you have to create a new like Gemini or something like that?
No, so that's why in the earlier size, you can. So let me answer. So you realize that the model that you are fine tuning, you save it. So if you don't want to interact with that particular model, you just go back to the normal Gemini and then interact with that. But if you need something specific to what you trained it on, you have to go to that particular model. So you don't have to create something new from scratch. You can use the base Gemini. Okay.
Right. So after fine tuning, is this just for you or is for everyone who's using Gemini?
No, it's just for you.
Cool.
Unless you want to deploy the model that you fine tuned. But if you fine tune in Google AI Studio and then you don't integrate it in any app or you don't deploy it, it's just for you. So it's not available to any other person. Okay.
How long does fine tuning take?
It depends on the data. So if your data is very large, it will take, it depends on the data and then the machine that you are running it on. If your RAM is very low and the data is very large, it will take a longer time. If your RAM is very high and the data is very high. So it depends on the data and then the machine that you're using. Is that? Come again? Yeah, it's on your, you are doing it on the cloud. Yeah. Okay, so it's on the cloud. It's not on your laptop. Do you understand? So basically, it depends on the data. So your data is very large. Obviously, it will take a longer time for Gemini to glance through all of it before it's able to give you a response. Do you understand?
Okay, so my question is the token. When is it like when you start that 1 million? If it's done, can you replenish it like the next day? Does it it does it automatically, or you have to upgrade it to the, let's say, 2 million tokens or something? Okay, so with the example you just did, I saw 49. Okay, token count. Let's say you've used all of it, like the 1 million. The next, let's say, the next day, you see, ChatGPT has this thing that it will prompt you like you used all your tokens and then this, and then you have to wait for the next day for all this stuff, right? So I wanted to know if that's how it does.
So the token is calculated based on the input that you give it. So if you input, let's say, my name is Kofi. My name is Kofi. So that's your token. Do you understand? It's not the overall model. It's the prompt that you give it. That's the token that it calculates. Okay. And I doubt that you exhaust the 1 million. Okay.
I think
So I'm around. I'm around. So if you have any more questions, because of time, I'm around. If you have any questions,
Yeah.
you can see me and then ask me. All right. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Can we give him another round of applause, please? All right. Next, we have Shadrach Odamite, and he's going to talk on building powerful applications for Google Chat with Gemini. As he comes up, let's clap for him. All right.
Hello. All right. The mic is okay now. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. How are we all doing? It's like the jollof has gone out, so it's like some of us are looking a little bit sleepy. But it's okay. It's just afternoon. That's how it is in Ghana. All right. So we are going to go through um, a very short session because of certain few technical challenges. We can't do the demo and build what actually I'm going to talk about right now. So I've added the link to the code lab to guide you on how to develop what we are about to talk about personally. Okay. Then you can reach out to me if you have any questions or need any help or need anything else. All right. So I'm going to talk about building apps with the Google Chat and then with Gemini. All right. So we are now in the Gemini era, like first said from the keynote and then the developer keynote we had early on. So we are going to look at how to build apps for Google Chat, okay, with Gemini. So my name is Shadrach. That's me, the younger version of me. And yeah, next slide, Gabriel, you can go. So I'm the media and technical lead for GDG Accra. And then I'm the founder too for Hubs Ghana. Yeah. Let me see if this thing will work. Okay, it's not working. A minute. So you go then have you press it. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So go for it. You can move to the next slide. Okay. So I'm going to talk about certain few updates from Google Cloud that was mentioned early on at IO. I'm going to talk about cloud-based things. So so updates from Google Cloud. Who can tell me what he or she had on Google Cloud during the Google I/O, the main Google I/O? Yes, anyone? Anybody? Oh, you didn't watch I/O? Hey, okay. So Google Cloud had a lot of AI updates actually it contains a lot of features. Okay, so that's where we do Vertex AI conversations. That's where we do we have our dialogue flows here. That's where we have a lot of things running. Okay, things for um, finance, things for healthcare, most of the things, because we don't use our physical machines, most of the things run over the cloud, right? Because some of us don't have the robust machine to build certain kinds of systems and certain kinds of applications or things. So they run over the cloud. So Google Cloud actually is a supercomputer. And then we have all our buildings and everything. That we have the Gemini, the Google, the Gemini Studio over there, the AI Studio, the Google AI Studio is over on cloud. Most of the things we have, all of them are over the cloud for you to be able to build. Gabriel's session, he was talking, when the guy asked the question, he told him, you build over the cloud. You get it. So a lot of things are found on Google Cloud. You can check it out. And then you find more AI updates. Actually, everything is running there. All right. So, all right, what we will build, like we're supposed to build something, but we will not be able to do that because of certain limitation. Okay, so let's go forward. All right, so we are going to look at a knowledge app. Okay, so we're supposed to build a knowledge app. So a knowledge app like ChatGPT, like Gemini, like Sophia, like they call it Sophia. I'm a Ghanaian, so I said Sophia. So you bear with me. All right, so Sophia and all other things that we have. Okay, so we're not as compared to that. Oh, please don't take it in another way. Yes. So we are just building a knowledge-based app. Means that we are going to train a model based on certain data or information we gather. All right, then we make that information accessible to the users. All right, so during Gabriel's session, Julius asked a question whether some of the models can be accessed by other users, and unless you decide to deploy it or publish it or whatever, before other users can be able to access it. But what I'm coming to show you now was something I developed for someone. Yes, I don't want to mention the person's name, but I developed for someone to help the person write their final law exam. Okay, so I gathered a lot of information I can get on certain parts of law that she was finding difficulties in. So, like contract law, company law, criminal law, and then added Ghana's constitution, and then combined everything. Okay, so this knowledge app means that anytime she wants an answer, and I made it to understand that because of natural language processing, it should be able to make the answers less complex for you to understand. Do you get it? Maybe you don't understand that particular term, but it should be able to explain it in a normal way that a lame person can get the idea of what it's trying to say. Okay, yeah, so that's what we are going to do. So we are going to leverage Dialogflow CX and then Vertex AI conversation. Yes, so we are going to just use those two. That's what I used to build this app. Okay, yeah, so let's go forward. All right, so what we will need a Google Cloud project to build this particular thing I'm talking about, this app I'm talking about. All right, then we'll need a bunch of APIs. You have to enable some APIs, and then that will be all. We just follow the steps in the code lab. You don't need to know how to code. You don't need to have any. You don't need to be a special developer in Flutter and that in whatever. No, just if you don't even know how to code, there's nothing wrong with that. So when you follow the code lab, it's going to be easy. So you can just go ahead and do it. So it's showtime. You can see my GIF. I like the guy. All right, so the next slide. All right, so chat.google.com. So after I finished building the model, I integrated it into Google Chat. Now, after I integrated it into Google Chat, it was accessible to only me. Okay, but I shared it. I added other users. So anybody who is on the GDG Accra professional emails, workspace, in all those that are on the GDG Accra workspace can access this model I built right now. So if any of them are here, they can go to their check from Google Chat they'll be able to find this model and then ask the model questions based on law. All right, so those that are part of the GDG Accra main team will be able to do that for you to see if any of them are around you. All right, so I named this chat app Loyalty. How many of you know Loyalty? If you've watched KJT and Mokola before, yes, I like that man. He's very, very funny. I just love him. So I named it after him. All right. So Gabriel, can you open the link and then let's see? So I just want to show you a demo of it so that maybe when you follow, you can have a fair idea of what I'm saying. Actually, I didn't do this, how should I say it? It's not a pre-built model already. When you use the code lab, there's a pre-built model you can just use. But I had to train the model by getting PDFs. Okay, so I had to research for a lot of PDFs, combine all of them, put it in the data store, and then use it as a data store agent. Do you get it? Before it is able to access the information from that place. You get it? But you wouldn't be able to access the information exactly from the place because you have not trained any model like that. Now, training the model shouldn't look so big or vigorous or vague to you. Like just getting the data, necessary data needed or information needed, putting it somewhere, and then now you'll be able to access it. So that's all what I'm talking about. So I had to get a lot of PDFs, just gather them together, wherever I can find them, and then put it together and then started using it. All right, so if, Gabriel, can you share the chat screen? So, a minute. Yeah, billion. So, move on there. Only that one. Yeah. Yeah, they should. Yeah, good. So, Chinjango is professional. Okay, so we are switching to the official email so that you can find the stuff over there. Yeah, how they come? So go there, go there. Uh-huh. Oh, you not be there. Go again. You can see where the stream yard will be. Hey, oh, wait. All right, please, a minute. We are coming. So go there, present. Go to slides. No, stop presenting. Stop. Then present. Go. Select the chat. Yeah. Yeah, share. Then go share. All right, so we are back. So now I'm going to ask Gabriel to search for it over here. Nobody has had a chat with it over here. So this is Shadrach Inus's Google Chat from the GDG Accra Workspace account. So Gabriel, go to new chat if you can see it up there. Yeah. Then type Loyalty. All right, that's it. So click on it. All right. So we are now going to try to ask it a question based on a human experience or anything you want to find out about Ghana law specifically. So maybe anything. So who has any question you just want to ask? Yes, any question you want to ask about the law, anything at all, any idea, anything you want to ask. Because I didn't train it to specific prompts, so don't worry. Yeah. Okay, let's ask. Go ahead. So he's asking how many wives can you marry in Ghana? So let's see. So, okay. So I say that I'm not sure about the laws in Ghana, but I can help you find out what can you know because why? I don't have any knowledge-based record for it to be able to determine that. You get it? So now I was talking about contract law, company law, criminal law. You get it? With Ghana's constitution. So we are going to ask it anything about contract, criminal, or company law. So yeah, actually, it's double parking illegal. Give it a try and let's see. Hey, okay, continue. Let's see if it will be able to correct your mistake. All right, so type. Uh huh. Okay, so it's still saying it doesn't know. So try anything that goes with criminal law and let's see. Maybe what is criminal law, blah 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 blah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you try. Let's see. Just enter. You press enter. Google. Okay. So it's saying this is what I don't like about live demos. All right. So I don't know why it's responding to it this way. So we are going to try with um let me see if I can try with my personal account and also see what happens. Are you trying again? Okay, try again. If not that, then I change and log in with mine. Let's see. Okay, where's my phone? Actually, do you have your phone here? Try. You also have the GDG Accra professional license, so try and let's see. Still. All right. So that is technology for you. So let's see how we can holistically try for your phone top maybe. So actually that's I tell you, it's not easy to be doing this live demos. All right, loyalty is the problem. Don't they have problems I see. So I'm trying to log in here, or maybe I'll use the PC so that we can try from there so that you can have a look of it. Because we've tried it several times, it works and everything. So I don't know why it's trying to show us Shege this hot afternoon. Yeah, you can ask question if you want to. Yeah, you can ask question so that we figure it out. Mm-hmm. Yes, only available to the people I shared with.
Is there a way you can? Is it just something for Google? You can add it to any application, like physical mobile application you want to. We are better than a Flutter app or any app you want, and you want to add this loyalty to your app. Is there a way you can just do that?
Okay, so right now you can because I built it and integrated it with Google Chats API. Do you get it? So you can do it any way to add it to any app you want to. You just want to add it to. Yes. Are you free to
add it to our apps?
Right now it's not public because I tried to publish it so that everybody can access it, but up to now it has not been approved. So I can't say that it's public right now. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so all right, so trying to just finish up so that we can go. So when you follow the code lab, you can be able to build something like that. And then can you go back to the code lab, the slide? Is at the other tab on top there. Yeah, so you can type in this bit.ly GCWJ to get the code lab to follow the whole thing, and then you get everything you are looking for. Yeah. So that is where you find the code lab to build in what I'm talking about. And then if you have any other question, if you have any other challenge, yeah, you can scan the QR code or go to linktree-shadlabs to find me, and then send me a message if you are going through it or you are trying to build something, and then let's just go ahead and continue. So all right, so that is it. Thank you. So if you have any question, let me know before I just leave the microphone and then we go ahead. Any question? Any question, please? Any question? All right, so if there is no
I
question.
think there's a question.
Okay. Yeah, bro. Unless I log in for the machine.
Hi, I want to know how exactly you uploaded the data to create loyalty.
Okay, so when you go to cloud.google.com, that's the Google Cloud console. So you go to console.google.cloud.com. Yeah. So when you go to Google Cloud, you'll be able to create. First, you have to create your project. Now, when you create the project, then you go to the left side, you will see storage. Okay, so when you see the storage section, you click on the storage, then you create a bucket. Okay, so you give the bucket a name. That's your data store. So you give the bucket a name. Now you upload all the files that you want to have in the knowledge app into the bucket.
So it's like a PDF or you just copy and paste?
Unstructured documents, any documents at all. So whether it's PDF, pictures, links to videos, any other thing, you just upload all of them. So you can upload all of them, then you have it in the bucket. So anytime you want to use it, you can use it in multiple projects. So far as you have uploaded it and it has all the information over there. You get it? Yes.
Okay, and please, can you go back to the slide with the link so we can...
Gabriel, so the bit.ly link, yeah, no, yeah. So that's bit.ly/GCWJ. So that is it. So you can actually, when you follow this, it will not show you how to put the information in the bucket. It will teach you how to use an already trained model to do that. Yes. All right. So if no other question, I will end here. But still, I'm going to log in here. So maybe later on, you can come and see how this works. Yes, on the machine. I don't know why it was doing that. So we'll just figure it out here. Yeah. All right. Go ahead.
So when you are done uploading the files into the bucket, how do you then link it to the chat?
Okay, so when you are linking it to the chat, you create a chat app. Okay, so when you create the chat app, after you give it a
in
name,
the cloud?
Yeah, on the Google Cloud Console. So you go to Vertex AI Conversation, Dialogflow CX, you create the chat app over there. Then it will ask you to link a data store to the chat app. How do you want it to be able to access the information? So then you select the data store that you've created, the bucket that you've created. So it will be in your data stores. So you just go and select that particular one you want to use. So when you select that one you want to use, it will upload the information to that particular chat app you have created. Then you can be able to access it.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome. All right. No question. All right. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for him. We can do better. We can do better. Okay. So we are going to have, as we always, we are going to have 3 people share. The person said, E, I'm coming to you first. We are going to have 3 people share what they got from his session. Yeah.
Okay, so what I learned was using the chat as a form of an AI model. So you give it your PDF files, then you can ask questions from your PDF into the chat and to give you the answers. Thank you.
Thank you. See, your E wasn't E. Okay, so 2 people to share what they've. I just bring the mic to.
Okay, I learned that you can use your own data to train a model. You upload it to chats.google.com, then you could publish it so that other people could use it, or you could just make it for yourself.
Thank you. Last person, and then we'll proceed.
Okay, I just learned that we can use the Google Console to do the chatbot, and we can also create a bucket and link it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're moving on to the next session where we'll have Maku talk about fake to jetpack compose using Gemini AI. So with a round of applause, let's welcome her.
Hello. Do I need to click something? I need a clicker, right? Oh, he'll do everything for me. Perfect. Hi, I'm Maku. So I applied for this very late. She had to go talk to them to put me back in. And then I made up a topic instantly. I didn't know what I was doing. So I just wanted to transform. You give me a Figma link, I give you Jetpack Compose. I was so scared at the moment, but right now those that came early, you saw me fidgeting. I broke my code. But then I fixed it like 1 hour ago. And I made a demo. So good stuff. Let's just wait for, oh, perfect. Perfect. Oh, yes. From Figma to Fabulous using Gemini. So by trade, I am an Android engineer. I've been writing Android code maybe for 5 years. But lately, I'm just a software engineer. I do everything because as long as there's documentation, I will write it. Because startup life, you have to learn on the go, you have to do things. So next slide. Oh, perfect. So everyone has talked about this. At this point, you're all masters at the definition of generative AI. So we won't get into it, but it lets you do things and, produce work for you. So next slide. I downloaded Android Studio Koala today, the Canary version. I think it's very clean. It's almost glassy. It's like, well, I'm just being subjective at this point, but I love the new Android Studio. It's very nice to work with. I did this. So my session was supposed to be a demo. I thought I was coming up here to open Android Studio for you, show you my code. So when we reach the demo part of things, ideally I'd like to also copy paste my response from wherever I'm fetching my Figma file and put it directly into the Gemini. I thought I was going to do that for you, but unfortunately we're not going to do that because of time. Next slide. Oh, so before you build your own software, before you do anything, of course you have to do market research. You have to know who are the players in the industry. Yes, so we'll have Codia AI. It converts design to code. It also does that for Kotlin and others, React and so on and so forth. We have Locofy AI, excellent tool. It converts, I didn't see any Kotlin conversion code, but it's there. So those are both AI. This is not AI. So I've personally used this one and it's okay. It gets the job done. However, the process is very long. I don't want very long. I want very fast. We don't have time. We have to build fast. We have to iterate. We have stakeholders. We don't have time to be going through. Here you have to install a plugin and then go to Android Studio, install a plugin, and then your developer has to write the code a certain type of way. No one has the time. I just want the code. Thank God for AI. So those are the players in the market. I'm sure there's very many other players. However, the ones I got time to curate are these ones. Next slide. Oh, perfect. So because we're talking about generative AI, I'm tech lead at Agregad, this company. And my co-founder is right there recording me. Hi, Bernard. So at Agregad, we're building a platform to help farmers de-risk their farmland. So essentially, we have other tools in the play, but right now we have a major tool, the AI bit of things. Everyone has been talking about fine-tuning and all this good stuff. LangChain, I had someone there talk about LangChain, all that. So at Agregad, we help farmers, we give them hyper-localized advisory in different categories, such that every day they know that I should do this, I should do that. So what do? We use AI to give this advisory. Someone has been talking about knowledge base, was it? Yes, so we give it our knowledge base, so it's proprietary data, so it's not like in the public, so it's private. So everything all the speakers have been talking about, we're doing it. We're building cool stuff. I like it. So if you're a farmer, come to us after this. Or if you know a farmer, come and tell me. They'll be our customers. Next slide. Oh, perfect. So this is our design. This is what I worked with. I think this is in the Google Relay documentation. I picked it from one of the Google Code Labs. I don't remember which one. It was easy to work with, so I decided to go with it. So you can see there's 2 news cards. I copy-pasted that one just to test the token limit thingy, but I don't think I did. I don't think I even scratched the surface. Yeah, so we're trying to convert this design to JAPA Compose. Let's go to the next slide. See. Oh, perfect. So I need 30 seconds of your life, of your time. There you go. Click play. Yeah. Oh, it's playing. Oh, 33 seconds, sorry. Can you see? So you put an API key. That is from Google. Someone was playing with Google Studio. You get one from there, you put it there. So the app is on GitHub, so you can go clone play with it. You put the design link, the instructions for getting the design link, the key are there. So when you run the first time, you get Figma response, and then you get Kotlin. You can see news. You can see. So it's converting. It's actually working. It's cool stuff. Yeah. So it works. It's on GitHub. You can go and play with it. Yeah. Next slide. Oh, perfect. So these are the steps I went through to create it. First, I went to Google AI Studio. I got an API key. Of course, I create an API key. I put my repository there, but we can access it anyway. Next slide. And then, who uses Figma? Oh, perfect. Everyone uses Figma. So did you know that Figma has a REST API? Good. So it does have a REST API. That's how I managed to show you the JSON response. So you go to Figma, you get an access token, you read that documentation. We're developers. Well, most of us, we live in documentation. So you get the access token, and then you go, I was supposed to show you a demo, but I can't. I'm just going to describe it. You open Android Studio, you use retrofit. If you feel fancy, maybe add dependency injection, whatever. Then you can get a response, and then maybe use Flow or something to listen, because it's a lot of data. It may hang your system. So you pass it down to the view model, repository, whatever. This is where it comes from, Figma access token. The documentation is really good. It's really, really good. Next. Oh, so this is the method. You find it there. It's a method. When I click the button to fetch, generates Kotlin code, I think. I forgot the name. This is the method it calls. So I pick the link. Essentially, I'm supposed to extract the ID from the link. I wrote the function, but then it doesn't work in my function. So I decided just to put you just give, your designer gives you a design key, and then you just key it in. So it's just basically, that's it. It's a very simple method. It does something very simple. It's It's an on-click from the button itself. Next slide. Oh yeah. Oh, this is the fun stuff. So this really gave me sleepless nights. Well, not sleepless. I'm exaggerating. It was challenging because I think I went through 3 or 2 iterations. First, what did I do? Oh yes, in this section, because the data from Figma is a lot, and see, I only had 2 screens, but the 2 screens had components, and the data is nested. Inside each card, there is a text, there is colors, and so on and so forth. So it's deeply, deeply nested. I thought I'd have to go through this process. Indeed, I did. So at first I didn't. And then every time I send my code to Gemini, I get quota exceeded. I was like, 2 days to go to the event. So the thoughts came, maybe I'm not good enough, blah, blah. I was like, let me just keep coding. So I used Gemini to give me the solution, obviously. So it told me, maybe you should flatten. By flatten, I mean, imagine a nest. Component, document, Canva, text, image. So the nest is growing. By flattening it, I'm simply making it one. So I'm literally flattening it such that it's very easy for my AI to understand and all that. And I don't have to hit was it quota exceeded exception? I think that's the exception. I don't like it. And then, because designers have designs that they hide because they don't want to present this. If you're creating a prototype, you have a design that you don't want to show, you hide it, right? So personally, if you're paying for Gemini, they're going to count the tokens, right? I'm just hypothetical. They're going to count the tokens, right? If you send it too many, say you get charged a lot, right? But if you can find a way to reduce the number of tokens by optimizing the response, how? By filtering. You tell it, remove everything that's hidden, because we don't need hidden code. Designer is giving me code to write. I don't need to see the hidden code. I don't need to waste the company's money, for AI. But you get the point. And then it worked, and then it didn't work. And then I was like, let me try batching. Batching is, you see the nests? So I batch into 5 each. So because Figma comes in form of nodes, yeah? So I batch, so when you loop through, so I told you to loop through the first 5 nodes, put them together. And remember, the nodes have children. So these 5 nodes are huge. The next 5 nodes, loop them together, like that, like that, like that. But I only need 5 nodes. This way we save resources. So you're still saving money if you're paying for that service. So this was a very interesting. So if you go to my repo, the code is not very clean, but you'll find your way around it. It's good stuff. You can play with it, you can clean it, you can optimize it how you feel like. Next slide. Gemini, the fun part. Yes, I use Gemini 1.5 Pro. Should I say anything about Gemini? I feel like they've talked a lot about Gemini today. So I used it, I resorted to, after going through the previous function, after going through the 3 iterations, I decided, you know what? Because I kept getting an error today morning when I sat there. I'd fetch the response. You know, in Android, there's something called HTTP logger. In the logger, it shows my response from Figma is full, it's working. But then in Android, the response shows now. So the solution for such a scenario, because this is one design. If I switch to another company, I'll get the design from another company. It could be different. So different designs everywhere, obviously. So you know how when you're fetching using retrofit or any library, even React, whatever, when you're fetching data from the network, you need to display it in a certain, you need to format it in a certain way. So you need to model the data. So user or marketplace or whatever. So in my case, it was Figma file. And inside my Figma file, there was a document node. So that didn't work because it just didn't work. So what works for robust, verbose data like this one is objects. Well, in Android, it's JSON objects. So now I can fetch any Figma file and just get it. So right now, to be honest with you, I'm not passing. Initially, I started by using Gemini AI in Google Chrome so I gave it the whole documentation for Figma when I was just starting out. I gave it the whole documentation and I told it, give me models. So I modeled it. But then right now I'm literally just giving it a string. That's why I'm so shocked. It's really fast, but anyway, it works. Next. So yeah, I don't know if someone touched upon this, but it's all about prompting. It's all about telling your AI model how to give you the response. So if you go to the next slide, this is my very first prompt. So I told it, transform the following Figma into DDDD, provide only code and nothing else. That's why you saw that there was no comments. When it gives you response, normally it gives you so many comments and suggestions and all this. I told it no comments because I can't, never mind. I've been using another model and I can't say the name because they told me not to, but that model is paid. The tokens you give in and the tokens you consume are paid for, right? You know what I'm talking about. Thank you. So you have to really be, like, I don't want comments. My company, like, I don't want to be paying for comments. I'm not here for comments. Give me code, yeah? Next slide. So that's a prompt. I found this really interesting, a system instruction, because I'm talking about things I use in the app. Yeah. So a system instruction is basically you telling the model, be someone, be a chicken, be a cat. You're a senior architect. So you're giving the model a role, essentially. So yeah, so if you go to the next slide, you'll see my, I told it, it's an expert Android developer, proficient in converting Figma designs. So now my model thinks it's an expert Android developer. It's good stuff. It helps to, again, should I use the words fine-tune? Fine-tune the model to being something and doing something that you really want it to do. Yeah, this was very interesting. So in the code, this is exactly how my response looks like. You give it the model you're using, you put in your API key, you give it the system instruction, and then you pass in the prompt from the previous slide. You pass it in there, and voila, you get your code. Next slide. Success. So yeah, I made this, I got this yesterday. This screenshot yesterday, like at around 8. I put it there, but it's not realistic. Who is going to use the Android code you generated in an Android app? Fine, you could copy the code and send it to your developer and tell him, hey, this is it. Maybe you can use it like this. It's not realistic. It's not practical at all. So if you go to the next slide. Well, I was just there dreaming and thinking to myself, so since the Android app is not realistic, what can we do? Today, the very first speaker talked about Africans building for Africans. Most of those platforms I showed you, Kodi and so on, they charge. So why should you pay for something if you can build it? Better yet, if you can build it together. Do you get? So I was thinking an Android library, you plug into your system and then it does the conversions for you. It saves you time from thinking, how should I structure this? Should I create a box? Should I put the text here? Should I use a column? Or maybe I need a scaffold. It saves you from all that. So, but this would be only useful to Flutter and Kotlin devs, Android Studio. So I was like, nah, maybe a VS Code plugin. Do you get? So we essentially tell it, give me this link. I give you code in React. I give you code in Dart. I give you code in HTML and CSS. So this would be applicable to all developers. So that would be like a VS Code extension or something. And then I thought to myself, maybe a web tool for all front-end projects. So this is just like a future roadmap of where I want or where I thought it would go. And maybe I get some open source enthusiasts and we can collaborate and build something and then apply for Google AI competition that's happening right now. Yeah, you know, get this. Next. Oh, perfect. So that's my name. I'm a software engineer. I work at Avigad. That's my LinkedIn. And that's my GitHub. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry. Is that the last slide? Oh, yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Any questions for her? No questions. Okay.
So you made mention of generating code from a Figma design.
Yeah.
You said it's useless, right?
Huh?
Did you say it's useless?
Ah.
No, I mean
I
I
didn't-
heard you say something about okay, sorry, unrealistic rather.
Oh yes, unrealistic.
So why do you think it's unrealistic?
Because so you've given me a link, I'll put it in my Android app, I'll generate the code. What am I going to do with it? Is it going to run in my Android app?
Oh, good question.
Uh-huh.
So can you answer it?
I'm sorry, ask the question again. I forgot because I talk a lot.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
You said generating the codes from a
Is
Figma
unrealistic.
design is unrealistic.
Uh-huh.
So you said, some asking, why do you think it's unrealistic? Then you said the developer holds the code
Yeah.
and then what next? So I
Exactly.
said, good question.
Yeah.
Then I'm like, can you answer the question?
Well, I think I did. It's unrealistic because you can't do anything with the code. It's just on your phone, unless you're going to send it by email to yourself and then copy paste it into. So, what's the difference between you and Relay? You're kind of the same. Get from here, put here. So it's better to build something inside like Android Studio, or for Android Studio, or for Kotlin developers. But then it will be redundant to build since Gemini already exists in Android Studio. So I don't know. But my goal for this is to create a small open source community around this. Let's create a tool that's free. So it will be free in the sense that when you built it, you see the way I passed in API key, and it's upon someone that's consuming to incur the costs. It's your API key. You want to use it, so you put your API key. So we don't spend anything. So that is one of my goals. And the other one is to show you that it can be done. It can be done. It's just it's documentation. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other question?
Oh, perfect.
Okay. So we having okay, thank you. So we'll be having our last session before we close. And then we'll be having it from Miss Ajua Datsen. She'll be talking about crafting cross-platform real-time apps with Flutter and Firebase. Okay, thank you. Clapton. You need this. Selling her the dream. Selling you the dream. Come and listen to the dream. Happy that they're almost ending. After we are done. So you all have to go for the closing. Is it okay if we exchange? Yes, of course. It's a forever. It's a forever. And I like the fact that even though like stretching to.
Okay, hello everyone. Oh, hello. Are we tired? Okay, so in this session, I'll briefly be talking about how we can build cross-platform applications with Flutter and Firebase. At the end of this presentation, we'll basically know how we can use Firebase as a backend to our mobile applications. So let's dive in. And to begin with, let's just know the fundamentals of Flutter and Firebase. I believe we all know what Flutter is, but let's just look at the key features of Flutter. So, what is Flutter? Flutter simply is an open source software development toolkit created by Google. It's used for building cross-platform applications from a single code base. What this means is that you write your code once and then deploy across multiple platforms, including Android, iOS, Mac OS, Linux, and for multiple devices on your mobile device and even desktop. That's pretty cool. So let's move on. Firebase. What is Firebase? If this is your first time hearing Firebase, Firebase is a platform developed by Google. What it does is that it's like it provides backend tools and services for your mobile application. It can basically be the database or back to your mobile app. It provides tools such as real-time authentication, real-time database, and then cloud storage. The beautiful part of Firebase is that all these tools are cloud-based. So you just focus on building features and you don't focus on managing the infrastructure because they're all cloud-based. So moving on, what is the synergy between Flutter and Firebase? Why is Flutter and Firebase a good choice for building mobile application? So Flutter and Firebase possess key features that makes it a very good choice. So let's look at the key features of Flutter. I hope I'm not moving too fast. Okay, so key features of Flutter. So let's look at the key features. I know we want to go home, so. Okay, key features of Flutter. We have cross-platform development. This simply is write your code once and you have an Android app, you have an iOS app, you have a web app, and you have an app for your Mac OS as well. So let's look at the next feature, hot reload. This feature, this Flutter feature, right, helps you to see real-time changes to your code without building the entire application over again. Imagine you have to rebuild your entire application after writing every line of code. That's very frustrating, right? Imagine if you have a very slow machine, you just give up on coding. So with hot reload, you can quickly see the changes to your UI as you code. So please, let's move on to the next. Declarative UI. Flutter framework has this declarative UI feature, right? Such that you focus on what the UI should look like and not how you create it. So if you want to display a text to the user, you just focus on displaying the text you want the user to see and not how to render it. This makes development pretty fast. Let's move on. The next one, please. Yeah. Okay, so in Flutter, everything is a widget. If you want to display a text, you need a widget. You want to display a container, you just need a widget. It's very, very simple. So key features of Firebase. Firebase has real-time database. This is a NoSQL database. It allows to store and synchronize data in real time. Because there's no SQL, meaning data is not organized in rows and columns. The data is stored in a document and then organized in collection. And then the data is made up of key value pairs, right? So let's move on to the next feature, Cloud Firestore. This feature in Firebase, it's similar to real-time database as well. It's used for storing your data and synchronizing it in real time. Please, let's move on. Authentication. Firebase also provides authentication methods, including Google authentication, phone number, email, and password as well. Please, let's move on. I hope we are learning something. Okay. I hope I'm not talking to myself. Okay. So cloud storage. Cloud storage is for storing media files like videos and images. And then Firebase gives you a download URL to this. Let's move on. Hosting. So you're done building your beautiful web application, but it's only accessible to you on your local machine, right? So what Firebase hosting does is that it takes your application from your local device and make it accessible on the World Wide Web so other users can have access to it. Please, let's move on. It's like I'm moving faster than the Firebase cloud messaging. So you have your mobile app, you want to send push notifications to your application. Firebase has this feature. And then we have Firebase Analytics. It provides insights on user engagement. Maybe you want to know how users are engaging with your application, the geographical location of your users. You can use Firebase Analytics for that. Please, let's move on. Next. Firebase Crashlytics. So you've deployed your application and probably it's crashing in production. Firebase Analytics will give you real-time crash report to help you track and fix stability issues. So let's move on. Now we know the key features of Flutter and Firebase. How do we add Firebase to your Flutter project? It's very simple, right? So the first thing is you need to install the Firebase CLI. and then you need to install Flutter Fire CLI. Please, next slide. And after adding the Flutter Fire CLI, you have to configure Flutter Fire in your application, and then you initialize Firebase in your app. So if here, don't worry. You can visit the Firebase docs for more information. They have a very, very comprehensive steps to how you can add Firebase to your Flutter project. So let's move on. Now, how then do we use Firebase as the data source or backend to our mobile application? Let's say you're a mobile dev and you don't have skills in backend development. Firebase has got you, right? So let's move on. First, you need to add these plugins. You need the Cloud Firestore plugin, and then you need a Firebase storage plugin. Next. So let's look at some code. Nothing fancy here, right? So as I mentioned, Cloud Firestore is NoSQL database. So you first need to create a collection to store your data. So you can see here, we are creating a collection called users. And then you create a reference to access that collection. And with that reference, you can create a document. Please, next slide. With that same reference, you can read documents, that is, retrieve the data that you have uploaded. And to display that data in your mobile application, you need a stream builder to listen for real-time updates from your database. And with that same reference, we can update the document as well. And you can delete the document. Thank you. Am I moving too fast? Okay. So you can read a document, and then with that same reference, you can delete a document. It works pretty much like any API. You can post, you can get, you can delete, you can update, and all of that. So this is Cloud Firestore. We mentioned, this is the Firebase storage. The Firebase storage is for storing media files like videos and images. So to upload a media file to Cloud storage, you also need to create a reference to the file in the Firebase storage. With that same reference, you can upload the file. And once you upload the file, Firebase gives you a download URL. Okay. So let's look at a practical example. Enough of the talking. So let's say we want to build a social media application. I believe we all are on one social media application or the other. I'm sure currently some people are browsing online. So let's see how we can build our own social media application. So the first step, we know one of the key features of every social media app is that people like to post pictures and videos. So where do you store those pictures and videos? We host them on Firebase Cloud Storage. And then Firebase gives you the download URL to those videos and images. And then the user will make posts. From time to time, they'll be posting their whatever they are doing. So we need to save the user post in a database. So use the Firestore as the database. And then finally, we have to display the post to the user and to other people who are also on the platform. With that, we'll need a stream builder. Flutter has a stream builder where you listen for real-time updates. As the name suggests, it's a stream. It's constantly flowing. So you just pass your Firebase Firestore collection to the stream, and then you listen for real-time updates. So I have a simple demo. Right. Okay. That's not clear at all. Can you play the video for me? So, this is a demo. I don't know. It's not pretty clear, right? It's quite blurry, but I'll just let you know what's going on. So this is a simple social media application app I created. It's called the Link app. Nothing fancy. You just post images and all that. So I'm using Google authentication for that. Please, can you pause the video for a while? So, okay, please. And please take it back. Okay. Yep. Okay. Then please pause the video. Okay. How many of us can see what's on the screen on this side? It's not. Is it pretty clear? No, okay. So this is Firebase, and this is the mobile application, right? So this is the Firebase Firestore database. This is basically the backend to the social media application that I created. And this database has two collections, one for the user stories and the other one for user posts. And it also has a storage where you can store all the images that the user posts. Please complete the video. So the app is launching. It's called the Link app. I use Google authentication provided by Firebase as well. And so we are logging in. So this is the home page, right? So this is the storage, the Firebase storage I was talking about. Once you go to the Firebase storage, you can see all the media files that the users are posting in the application. So that's what is being displayed on the UI on the right hand side here. And then we have the Firebase database. So you can update the user post from the database and it will reflect on the UI in real time. If you work with APIs, you know that once an update is done on the backend, you have to refresh or do a pull to refresh, make another API call. But with this, you don't. So I'm updating the username and then immediately I click on updates. It updates on the UI. I know it's not visible, but yeah. And also we can update the post the user has posted. So currently the user posted meetup and posted a picture and updates it to miss you guys. And as soon as you click update, it updates real time. So when we say that Firebase provides real-time database, it's like real time. All right. So let's add a post. So in adding a post, you know the user will probably add an image. So the first thing is, once the user adds the image, you upload the image to the Firebase storage. Firebase storage gives you a URL, and with the URL, you add it to the username, the user profile, the timestamp, and then upload it to the Firebase database. I hope it makes sense. Okay. I hope it makes sense. Okay, so once you upload that to your database, it shows on the UI immediately. There's no need for you to refresh the application. You see the post in real time, and you can update it in real time as well. So as you can see, posted this and that in the social media application. So let's post another thing. We want to add another post. So you can, if you just started learning mobile application development, you don't have any backend skills, this is a great thing to add to your mobile app. You can add it to your CV and make your CV look great because, I mean, how many people have a social media application? You can easily build one for yourself with Flutter and Firebase. Okay, so you can forward the video a little bit. I want to show you how you can delete the post and then it will be deleted in real time. Okay, it's okay. So this as well, I'm updating the username and then it updates in real time. Okay. So we can delete the posts, right? When you delete the post, you realize that immediately the user clicks on delete, it deletes the documents from the database immediately. You don't have to do any refresh and it just deletes everything immediately for you. So this brings me to the end of my presentation, and I hope I have succeeded in convincing you to start building applications with Flutter and then Firebase. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Great. Questions?
You decided to store the posts data in the Firestore and then store the user data. I was thinking, why didn't you store everything in the database?
Okay, so I think you want to ask why didn't I store the images and the video in the
Yeah, like everything.
Okay, so the database, it has data types that it accepts, right? The database does not accept PNG and JPEG and all that. It accepts strings and number and all that. So when I upload the images to the storage, it gives me the download URL to access that image. Then I pass that URL is basically a string. So I just pass it to the database and pass it to a field called image URL, and then I fetch it and display it in the mobile app. I hope you get it.
Any more? Okay. Thank you
Thank
so
you very
much.
much.
Let's give a round of applause. All right. This was supposed to be the last one, but we actually skipped one speaker. But he's going to come on board and just speak for just a few minutes and give his presentation on Chrome for developers, exploring the latest updates in Google I/O 2024. And that's going to be Kennedy, who is a software engineer. Can we give Kennedy a round of applause? Kennedy, if you're here. Kennedy. He stepped out. Okay. Let's stand up and stretch up a bit. What do you think? All right, great. So we're going to call Shadrach to give us the closing remarks, statements, whatever it is. But how many of you really, really enjoyed today? We covered software engineering, mobile development, AI. Well, unfortunately, I didn't hear anything on deep learning, which is what I do, but it was really, really fun. If maybe one person, two people can really talk about not what they learned, but what they're going to take from here and do, applying it in their lives or in their careers. Anyone want to volunteer?
Okay, so with the creating of the I think, let's say in a workplace, maybe if I put all my data inside, I can try to create my own, ChatGPT, try to let it, let's say, convert this to document for me or spreadsheet or that, making my life's work quite much easier.
Great. All right. Now we're going to call on Etonam, who has some very interesting updates on Flutter. Give it up for Etonam, please.
Hello. Sorry for taking your time. So I have some shares to give away, but I will do that based on some questions. Sorry, based on some questions. So I have the Flutter Ghana t-shirt, the Flutter t-shirt and Firebase. So yeah. I don't know if I can remember all the talks though, but let me see. No, I think yeah. So one of the speakers is here, so you ask his question, right?
So my question is very, very simple. So I mentioned a lot of Gemini models. So which Gemini model can you fine tune at the moment? No. Bright, will you select? No, you're a speaker, you're not part. You're also a speaker, so you're not part. No, you. No, the one behind. So Bright.
So the one you mentioned was Gemini 1.0 Pro. Hey!
Yeah, that's correct. Those who raised their hands, what were you coming to say? It's 1.0.
Looking for the previous speaker, but I can't find her. So you didn't answer? Yeah. Um, yeah. All right, so for Firebase, right? I think someone just finished the talk on Firebase. Oh, I wish I can get the speaker. Can you find me the speaker? Oh, I was looking for her. Then she's come. Yeah, you spoke on Firebase, right? Yeah.